Mr. Jackson, you forget about all that. You need.
Oh, I'm on up.
They getting ready, come on.
All right, I ain't know, I thought that was going on.
No.
All right. All right.
This continue being shared with them and also being true. She do for you.
Yeah, I thought I was going, I thought you was, I didn't know we were gonna be on this one.
Yeah, they put you on that on legal by this shirt.
Okay.
Shit, this what you
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm at DOC headquarters with Mr. Pete Freeman, and we'll be joined by Jerry Ledoux. She'll be joining us by Zoom this morning. Is there anybody in the room with you today?
No, ma'am, not besides the officer that's outside the little box room I'm in.
Okay, at this time, we're going to introduce headquarters staff. Okay. All right. I'm going to read your revocation statement, okay? The reasons for your revocation. And then you're going to let me know whether you agree with it or not.
Want to get his questionnaire and we'll turn it over to Ms. Ledoux and she can read the violations.
Okay, it's hers. Got me up there. It's good. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to ask you, do you have your questionnaire, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you agree with everything and you got your notification. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ledoux.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, minor difficulties at the moment. You just stand by.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Stapleton, if you want to go ahead and read out those revocations.
No problem. Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
So rule violations number 4, you committed the offenses of aggravated assault with a firearm and convicted felon in possession of a firearm, evidenced by a warrant being issued by the Brewery Police Department on 12/31/2024. On 12/18/2025 in the 18th JDD under docket West Baton Rouge 251060, the subject's pending charge of aggravated assault with a firearm was ruled non pros by Judge Tanya Lurie. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Committed the offense of domestic abuse battery, evidenced by a warrant being issued for your arrest by the Port Allen Police Department on 3/4/2025. On 9/3/2025 in the 18th JDC under docket West Baton Rouge 250824, the subject's pending charge of domestic abuse battery child endangerment was ruled non pros by Judge Tanya Lurie. Do you plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Not guilty, but can I still stay?
Yes, you can.
So far as the domestic abuse battery and the child endangerment, that was my baby's mother. She stood up in open court and let the judge and the DA know that she was drunk. That was Mardi Gras Day. It took place. She was drunk. She was the aggressor. I didn't do her anything. And so far as the other charges, her and the other girl let the DA and the judge know that I had nothing to do with that. Now, who they told them it was, I don't know, but I had nothing to do with that.
Did you have a gun?
No, sir.
Well, why did witnesses say both of y'all had a gun?
I don't know why they say that, but I didn't have no gun. So I don't know if they told you that about me, they lied. Respectfully, I didn't have no gun. I know not to possess a firearm. I had nothing to do with that.
So that one, of course, you plead not guilty to also, both of them so far. Okay, you were arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department on fugitive warrants for both Brewery Police Department and Port Allen Police Department on 4/16/2025. Guilty, well, not guilty or guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement. I was arrested in East Baton Rouge for the warrants in West Baton Rouge.
Okay. According to the warrant provided by the Brewery Police Department on 12/31/2024, you were in possession of a firearm in the commission of the offenses. Convicted felon in possession of a firearm and aggravated assault with a firearm. Guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Not guilty, ma'am. That's why they dismissed the charges in court. If I had a firearm, they would. If I would have had a firearm in my possession, they wouldn't have dismissed the charges. You see, kind of understand what I'm saying, ma'am?
I know, but I read in the police report too that the person that, there was another person that heard the gunshots and they went out there and in the exact location where you were and had been walking, they found 2 spent shell casings.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I understand what you're saying, but ma'am, listen, I did not possess no firearm. I'm 33. Ma'am, I've been on parole, as you can see, a long time. I know the do's and don'ts. One thing, if you look at my track record, I'm gonna take. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna admit. I'm gonna take my charge. I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna do my time and go on about my way. This one here, ma'am, I went all the way because they really got me bad this time. If you look at my convictions, I take my time, continue on with my life, ma'am. I do. I have no problem owning up to what I've done. But this
Well,
one,
Let
no,
me tell you something about that. I am looking at your record and you're a 4th class offender. And here's the deal. In 2022, you were charged with illegal carrying of weapons, firearms, dangerous instruments, and it was with drugs. Then you get out on good time. And you had a history of that. And in 2022, you had a 2nd-degree battery charge. Very similar to what we're talking about right here today. So that was in 2022.
yes,
And then
ma'am.
you had Schedule 1 narcotics, 4/18/2022. And then you had Schedule 1 producing, manufacturing, distribution, possession with intent. 2022, narcotics. So, and I'm looking here on your probation record. You had a conviction 2011, all right? Then you get out on good time, 2014. 2015, revocation waiver was a technical. And then on 2015, you get a good time release again. 2016, again, you're incarcerated. So you were out a year, just kind of like right now, you've been out like a year. And so
Maybe 14
2018,
months.
were released to supervision, good time parole. Then 2019, another time, revocation. And then 2021, good time parole, released to supervision. 2022, revocation. 2024, good time parole. And now we're here today.
Yes, ma'am. As I said, life been rough for me, ma'am. Life been rough. I'm not gonna deny it. I'm not gonna try to BS you. Life been rough, ma'am. It has. I'm not holding nobody else accountable for my past decisions. I'm taking full responsibility of that.
I know
Accountability
you take
for it.
full responsibility every year and a half. You get out and then boom, there's trouble.
I lost my mom back in the day. I went berserk. I lost it. I couldn't think straight. I do the best, regardless to what I may have done. I do the best I can to provide for my children. It's me and my baby mother. I play my role when it comes to my children. Life been hard. I have no explanation for it. But this one right here, this one, no ma'am, no ma'am. My past, as you see, I take my conviction and I go about it. But this one here, ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am, no ma'am. And we went all the way. The judge dismissed our charges. They talked to whoever had something, my baby mama and the other person that had something to do with it, they told them the real, whatever that was. I don't know, but whoever said I had a gun, that's mistaken. I did not possess a firearm. Like I don't know what else to tell you, ma'am. I'm not trying to sit here, lie to you, or BS you whatsoever. Like I'm telling you real. Like I say, my past, I took all my convictions. I didn't go all the way. Hey, I did it. I did it. This one here, ma'am, when I'm wrong, I'm a man. I'm a own up to it. With all due respect, as a man, if I'm wrong, if I made a decision, I'm gonna stand on side. That's what I did. But this one here, I I gotta go down swinging because I didn't do anything.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, according to the statement, the police statement by Dominique Thomas, they took photographs of visible marks Thomas sustained as a result of the incident. Jackson fled the scene prior to police arrival in an unknown vehicle in an unknown direction. And it said DARRYL Jackson committed the offense of domestic abuse, battery, child endangerment by pushing, kicking, and slapping the victim, Dominique Thomas, inside her residence. Her statement is that Thomas advised the incident began when Jackson arrived at her residence when she was not home and picked up their son Zane without her knowledge. When Jackson later returned the child to the resident, a verbal argument occurred. Thompson stated that Jackson became enraged, began pushing her throughout the house, kicking her and slapping her in the face. Thomas further stated that Jackson scratched her on her upper chest area. So she's the one that told everybody that you did those things to her, and they took pictures.
Okay, and ma'am, that lady has an alcohol problem. That lady, when she gets drunk, she goes berserk. And when she seen that she got me in a lot of trouble, she came to court and told the judge, Your Honor, I was drunk. I was the aggressor. He didn't do me anything. Now maybe the scratch had came when I was trying to get out of the house and I pushed her off of me. She was tearing my shirts, wouldn't let me out of the house. So I maybe scratched her as I pushed her off of me trying to get out of the house. But yes, I came and I got my son. I got my son. I had my son all day. That's my junior. I wanted to see my baby. I got my son. I spent the day with him. We went out to eat. We went to the park. We did our father-son thing. And when I brought him back, that was so much of a problem for her. So once I'm putting him in his room, taking him to his room, let him know Daddy be back. Ooh, here she come with the foolishness. So once she go to doing whatever she doing, as usual when she drunk, I'm trying to get out of the house. Man, go ahead. Please go ahead. That's the most I did. Yes, get her off of me to get out. Yes,
I'm going to pass the questions over to Mr. Pete Freeman.
Okay. Max, well, I got one more question for you. Okay, were you there when the incident went down? Between the two ladies that were supposed to fight over the laundry. Were you there?
Yes, sir. I was the peacemaker in the situation.
Am I gonna believe you? Because you told them at the preliminary hearing you wasn't even there.
I never told them that. The ladies themselves, you can call it.
He was not present during the incident. Jackson advised that his ex-girlfriend is out of control.
Sir, ma'am, sir, I mean.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux.
Yes, we do have a memo attached to the file that has comments from Lakeisha Duncan indicating that she claims that the women turned to walk away, shots were fired. She believes it was an attempt to intimidate each other. She did not see who fired a gun, as both males had firearms.
Correct.
Okay, so I have no further questions. I stand ready to vote at the appropriate time.
Oh, we've got somebody. Oh, Who's joining us? Dominique is gonna join us. Dominique? You can go ahead and speak, ma'am.
You hear?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead and speak.
Well, I just want to speak about this incident that happened brutally. That has nothing to do with DARRYL JACKSON. He wasn't there when it started. He came because he was coming to the night, but it was between me and Lakeisha, and it was me, her, and DeQuincy Kane that was out there. DeQuincy Kane is the one that had.
Can't hear you, breaking up. Yeah, try to call her on the phone.
They're gonna try and call you on the phone.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got you on the phone now. It's gonna be hard for Ms. Ledoux to hear, but we can hear you very well. So, go on and make your statement, what you want to tell us?
I said I was commenting on the situation that happened in Brewwood between me and Lakeisha Bird.
Okay,
That situation, it had nothing to do with that. When it first started, he was not there. It was me, DeQuincy, and Lakeisha that was there. DARRYL came later on, and once the stuff had already started to try to get me inside the house. He never came out there with a firearm. The only person that had a firearm was DeQuincy Kane.
so why would you make the statement that he had a firearm? I mean,
He told us he had a firearm.
okay.
Well, I've got another
What
statement.
about the slapping and stuff? Did he hit you?
I don't recall that.
You made a statement.
That was one of the drunk nights I had, and I don't really know what happened that night because I was intoxicated.
Gotcha. Well, you have any questions? Anybody, Ms. Ledoux, you got any questions? Man, don't be doing all that on the screen.
I apologize, man.
All right, but don't do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay,
Ready to vote? Okay, the case is mine. So, Mr. Jackson, based upon your prior history of numerous revocations, you're only usually out a year, maybe a year and a half, and then you're revoked. And you've done that again this time. You're a fourth felony offender, and also the domestic violence. Now, she says she didn't, but I mean, there's affidavits that she's accusing you of slapping her and coming back to the house with the child present. So, you know, that's her statement. And based upon that, I'm going to, we have law enforcement opposition. Let me see. My vote is going to be to revoke you today, based upon past history and present accusations. Okay. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote by the preponderance of evidence, by police reports and witnesses, is to revoke parole and to encourage this offender to be placed in the Duluth Domestic Abuse Battery Program during his incarcerated period.
Very good.
and I concur. I find him in violation condition number 4 and number 5.
Okay, that concludes our interview today, and it's 9:16.
All right, I'm off mute.
Oh, okay. Good morning, sir. Mr. Jonathan Weller. Am I correct?
I think he's muted.
Okay, yes, now, okay. Okay, we're at headquarters. This is Mr. Pete Freeman. And then on Zoom is Jerry Ledoux. It's Jerry Ledoux. Will staff introduce yourself at East Feliciana Parish Prison, please?
I'm Kenny Sanders. I'm the warden here at East Feliciana.
Okay,
Renee Holiday, Administrative Assistant Education Coordinator.
okay, okay. Well, good morning, Mr. Weller. We're gonna get started. Thank you.
And Madam Chairwoman, I'm Rex Spano. I'm the attorney for Mr. Weller.
Okay, okay.
Spano, Spano.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Spano, I'm sorry, SBANO. Okay, got
Yes,
you
ma'am.
right. Mr. Red Spano. Okay, yeah, I got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Jonathan Weller, your DOC number is 776689. Your offender class is your first class offender. Your offense is molestation of a juvenile. Your sentencing date was 1/30/2023. Your sentence was 19 WFLN-493, and it was 10 years and 1 day DOC credit for time served. Your parole date is 5/28/2026. Your good time date you do not have. A full-time date is 2/1/2033. Is all of that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, will you please tell me what caused you to be incarcerated and your statement about all that? And why should we let you go? I mean, why should we grant you parole today?
So I'm here because while in a position of trust, placed my hands on my sister-in-law in a sexual manner.
Okay,
That's kind of shallow.
yeah, that's a,
I mean, you
why,
just put
why
your
should we
hands on her.
consider letting you out today?
shown a willingness to change. Participated in classes, the classes that I could participate in. Done a lot of self-searching, and I'm not the man that I was at that time.
Morton, do you have anything to say?
Since Jonathan has been here, he's been the model guy. Hadn't had any issues with staff. He's always willing to work and help some of the less fortunate guys here, especially on the educational level, with teaching guys how to read, teaching guys how to write, and just anything that he can do to help some of the less fortunate guys who truly struggles around here. He do a really good job of that, but we hadn't had any issues with him since he's been here.
Okay, ma'am, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Weller's been here since 6/27/23 to present. He has had no infractions whatsoever. He is currently a tutor for our high set and small engine classes, and he also teaches our Serve Save Managers class with us. Ms. Thomas, our high set teacher, also sent a letter to the board, so I'll probably reiterate some of the things that she said. But Mr. Weller came to me and asked me if he could take classes or sit in on them, even knowing he wasn't going to get credit for them. He has taken just about every class that we have to offer. In addition to the regular classes, he's gotten 2 certifications in small engine, as well as his Serve Safe Manager certification. He's been an invaluable asset to our education program. He's gone above and beyond for our education program. He has mentored other inmates, as the warden said. He has given up some of his afternoons to assist other inmates with their studies or, preparing for tests the next day, because some of our work release doesn't come until like 7 or later. So most of the time, we don't have classes at that time. We are very appreciative of his hard work and dedication that he has put in our programming at this facility. He's been very respectful towards staff, as well as, visitors or, coming into the facility. He has put a lot of dedication into it. He also works in the canteen in various capacities, as far as inventory, filling machines, things like that. We do our best to provide the tools and knowledge for inmates that they can use upon their release. Mr. Weller has done that on his own. He came to us wanting to do better, to be better and do better for himself. He took advantage of everything that we have to offer, knowing he wouldn't receive credit for it. He has the motivation tools and family support to assist him in making better decisions for his future.
I'd like to ask, does your facility offer the sex offender treatment program?
No, ma'am. We don't have that.
What about the pre-release classes?
We have FDIC money management. We have understanding and reducing angry feelings. We have faith-based life healing choices.
Inside Out Dad.
Yeah, Inside Out Dad programs. We also have like the certification classes. Say small engine. We're fixing to start automotive.
Y'all have any substance abuse?
Yeah.
Yes, Living in Balance, phase 1 and 2.
Did he take Living in Balance?
Yes, he sat through
I
it.
sat through it.
He couldn't get credit for it because he can't get credit, but he did.
But he has to have it to get out of prison. I mean, you gotta have your substance abuse and your education before you can get out.
Yeah, there's certain classes
There's
that's
certain
required.
classes that are required.
I'm sorry, but
Check with the
He doesn't have a
that-
pre-release program nor substance abuse treatment, is what they're stating. So did he finish the Living in Balance?
I mean, I
I'm not
sat through
sure.
the class.
I'm not sure that he has to have substance abuse. It says, I don't think that he was required to take that one based on his conviction.
But he does have to have pre-release programming.
Correct.
And it's 100 hours of pre-release programming. So he has to have that before he can be released.
But we can get that.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. What about, victim accountability and anything like that? Have you taken any classes like that to understand what a victim has suffered?
No, ma'am, those aren't offered here either.
Okay, not offered. Okay. So we've got some classes that's very important for you, like the sex offender class and then victim accountability. Those are all very important for you to get. And then, of course, the pre-release. So, let's see. So, we're going to move along now. Did you have anything else you'd like to add as to my question about why we should release you to your parole, and then what caused you to be in there? Do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
I just want to say that I'm deeply regretful, or deeply regret the harmful actions of my past and the pain and trauma that has caused those impacted by it, my actions. I am grateful that my actions were brought to light, because it's given me the time to be able to reflect upon them and make changes in myself based on those. It's also let me be able to consider those that I've hurt, not just the victim, but also their family and others. I've recognized that the person I was during that time is not the person that sits in front of you now. It's not the kind of person I was raised to be, nor is it who I want to be. In the years since that time, I've matured, I've recognized my impulsivity, and started working on myself to develop more thoughtful and empathetic processes to my decision making. Like it's been stated, I've participated in classes during my incarceration that have helped me in my growth of being a better person, and has given me some tools to help me make those better decisions for myself. If granted parole, I would like to continue with classes and any treatments that I can participate in that would help me further understand and empathize more with those around me and those that I've harmed, and to be able to recognize decisions and actions that might cause harm to others and develop better thought processes. My wife has actually already reached out to Christoph Counseling to gain insight into getting registered into a counseling program with them so that I could begin that treatment as soon as possible if I'm given parole. Also, grandfather has given me a vehicle that I can use to be able to have transportation to get to those classes and any treatment, as well as finding and maintaining employment, which I hope to go back into the field that I was working in the broadband sector. I've worked in that field for over a decade. Also, I have the manager ServSafe certification, as well as small engine certifications that I've earned while incarcerated that I can use to help find employment. I hope to be able to begin mending the damage that I've caused to my own family and become a productive member of society, learning and growing from my past behavior, and I offer my deepest remorse and sincerest apologies to those that I've hurt, and can only hope and pray that they can accept my apologies and manage to live healthy and productive lives despite the trauma and pain I've caused them.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, this time we're going to hear from your supporters. Mr. David Weller, your father.
Yes, good day. Main thing that I want to say is Jonathan's been incarcerated for a little over 3 years now. And his family is a big reason for his release. His two teenage boys have been going now for 3 years through a critical time in their life without their father. And I believe Jonathan is going to continue his life without any more issues with the law, and his wife is fully supportive of him, and his family will be once he's out. And for the sake of his family, he needs to be with them to help his teenage boys grow up to be men.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, your brother, Brandon Weller. Okay. You go.
My brother is one of the humblest people I know, so you'll never hear from him about the great person, brother, husband, and most importantly, father he is. His record while in prison will show you a glimpse of the great character he possesses. But this did not start here. Jonathan has always been in service of others since I've known him, which has been a long time being my older brother. He's always been one to sacrifice himself to ensure others were taken care of and happy. As kids, I was a bit hard-headed and would insist on taking my trick bike out on the trails, which of course was not the best tool for the job. Time and time again, Jonathan would trade his mountain bike with me halfway out on the trails due to my struggling with the wrong bike for the terrain. This is just one small snapshot through his life of how he cares more about others than himself. It has been tremendously evident for the past 16 years that being a father is of utmost importance to Jonathan. When we were kids, Jonathan was 13, I was 10. Our father began working out of town. We know what not having your dad in your life as an adolescent boy is like. Not having your dad present for games, music performances, and other achievements as a young man hurts the child more than anyone else. Jonathan, having experienced this, has always made sure to do everything he can to be there for his sons. At the time he entered incarceration, his sons were about the same age we were when our dad started working out of town. I know the punishment of not being present to support his sons every step of their lives has been harsh on him. Having to go through not having our dad present for most of our formative times is something neither Jonathan nor I would ever want to have to put on our kids.
Thank you very much. Carol Weller, your wife. Yeah, ma'am.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Carol Weller, and I'm here today as the wife of Jonathan Weller. We have been married for 17 years, and I'm speaking not only as his partner, but a member of a large committed family support system that is ready to ensure his successful reentry into society. Our primary goal is stability, and while we have a concrete plan in place to achieve that. Prior to incarceration, Jonathan was employed as an advanced technician for 9.5 years at the same company, showing that he has a proven track record of professional reliability. We have reached out to the Goodwill GRIP program for assistance with employment, and he also has plans to use his small engine certification and ServSafe certification to help find employment. We understand that support goes beyond the home, and Jonathan is already set to begin ongoing sessions with Christoph Counseling and Associates in June, should you determine to grant his parole. This professional supervision will provide him with the necessary tools to navigate his transition and maintain long-term accountability. To ensure he meets every obligation, whether it's arriving at work on time, attending counseling, or checking in with his parole officer, Jonathan's grandfather has provided him with reliable transportation. He will not be dependent on public transit or others for his mobility. In the 17 years we have built together, our family has remained his bedrock. We are fully prepared to provide the emotional and logistical structure he needs to be a productive member of this community once again. We ask that you grant him the opportunity to return to this support system and prove his commitment to this new chapter. Thank you for your time and considering our plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Red.
I'd like to
Okay,
ask
wait.
her a question.
Yes.
Okay, so you are the victim's aunt?
Sir?
Are you the victim's aunt?
Sister.
Okay, so they will come and stay with you? Or would,
Yes. Yes, sir.
okay. And what do you believe? You think this stuff happened? Okay.
I'm not sure what exactly happened, but
Okay.
I feel for both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna hear from Mr. Spano now, the attorney.
Thank you. I did want to point out, I'm not sure if you guys have all of his certificates, and I realize Mr. Freeman, were you nodding? Yes, y'all have them, because I won't go into it if you do.
Yes, we have a
We do,
certificate.
Okay.
He's done very well with what he could take.
Yes. So I'll skip going into that. And I'm not sure how the pre-class, I'm sorry, the class that you mentioned that he needs to take, I don't know how that'll be addressed. But it can be addressed, and I have no doubts that he will take that class. And I'm sure you guys will have some suggestions about that. This is obviously difficult case, very unfortunate always, especially when it involves family members. I would ask respectfully that, and I realize, Mr. Freeman, you asked a question of Miss Carol Weller, what she thinks, but I would just urge you to not let that be reflective of what Mr. Jonathan Weller has said about his own crimes. I'll leave it at that. As the staff there at West Feliciana has stated, he's been a model prisoner. He's gone above and beyond what's required of him. He's been an asset to that facility and others in a similar situation as him with incarceration. He's definitely showing a willingness to change and hopefully make amends for his crime. I think he is beginning to understand what it means to cause harm to someone. That's a difficult a journey for someone who has committed the type of crime he has against a minor female family member. But I think he is on that path, and he intends to stay on that path. And I think you all recognize that he needs a little more accomplished under his belt, more than likely, before you guys will grant parole. I would just ask that it be conditional parole so that he can continue to demonstrate to you all his commitment to doing the hard work that he needs to do to be a person that can be released into society without concern that he will repeat his prior crimes. Thank you for your time to this matter.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, we don't have anyone from the victim side speaking right now. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the interview process. And the case is mine. And one of the victims, she said it was okay to share what she said, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I do want you to say, what was her age when you started, because I have it here, and what was your age when the molestation started?
I believe eight or nine, and I was 24 or 25.
Yeah, that's what I've got. How long did it continue? When did she tell?
I mean, she told and said something about it in 2019, which is when I was arrested. But it was a number of years.
She went to counseling
Yes, ma'am.
because she couldn't stand it anymore, right? And you had told her not to tell, of course. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. To this day, she suffers from anxiety, and I have never met a child survivor of sexual assault, especially one from a trusted family member, but it can be a stranger that has not had a problem. Golly, if they ever get over it, I don't know, but for years with their husbands or boyfriends, different things that should be normal and good. Because when they do, this comes creeping back into their memory. So it's a long-term effect when a child is molested, raped, whatever. They just don't get over it. So you may go forward with your life, and they may do their best, and they do, but they always suffer the consequences of that behavior. So that is why you need to take the sexual offender treatment program. And it's not offered there. And I'm assuming that had it been offered, you would. So that's something we're going to pursue, because that's something you really need. Because when you described what you did, you were so vague. You just put your hand on her. That didn't get you arrested. A hug can do that. So, you know, you're gonna have to come to terms with what you really did to that child. And if you did it to anyone else also. Okay, I'm finished with my statement. Anybody else have something they'd like to say? Board member?
I have no question.
Okay. All right.
No, I have no questions. I do want to acknowledge that he has availed himself to programming and has letters of support, and that is much to his credit.
That's right. I did read that everything you could take, you have taken. It's just not available to you there. So we'll have to get you where you can get the classes that you need. And I have no doubt that you'll be more than willing to take those classes. Okay? So at this time, your case is mine, and I'm going to vote first. Due to the long-term consequences for the victim, and the victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, which includes sheriff, chief of police, everybody in that area, the judge and the DA. And also you need the pre-release program, and you need the sexual offender program. And you were very vague when you described, and I can get it, that maybe you wouldn't want to say everything you did, but just that you put your hands on this child. You know, that shows a real lack of understanding, or the acceptance of being able to say just the kind of harm that you brought to a young person that even now to this day they still deal with. So based upon that, I'm not going to grant you parole today. Ms. Ledoux.
There is a need for the sex offender treatment program. My vote is to deny parole, but to ask the DOC to transfer this inmate to a facility where he can get that program as well as pre-release. He has a very good plan. When he returns, there's a significant awareness by his wife of what he may need to do. But I am taking into consideration the fact that he's only served 3 of 10. So that's my vote today.
Okay, and I do want to compliment you on you doing everything you can do there. Problem is that they don't have the sex offender class and pretty much almost required to get out. We can't require it, but we like you to have it. And I think it's a great program. So my vote today will be to deny, but to get you moved to where you could take your sex offender class and your 100 hours pre-release. And just keep doing what you're doing and reapply as soon as you're re-eligible.
Okay, that concludes our interview today, and your parole has been denied, sir, and the time is 9:56.
That's easy. We know where we got to get you to.
you hear us now?
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
This is Eddie WILTZ. Got two people there. Why do we have two people?
This is Mr. Trulton and DUHON.
We need Eddie Bills.
Sir?
Is this St. Martin?
No, ma'am. It's CACASIEU. This is CALCASIEU Parish.
Okay. Hold on 1 minute.
Wait, man.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I heard the door.
Okay, which one of you are Joseph Granger?
I'm Jonathan Trουitt.
Okay, what's your name?
Brandon DUHON. CACDO Parish.
Okay. What do you got? Brandon's not in there?
Joseph.
Brandon DUHON.
Joseph Granger.
No, sir. No Joseph Granger. You do have
Joseph Granger, deputy. Who we supposed to have? What y'all names again?
Jonathan Trουitt and Brandon MOUTON. Brandon DUHON. DUHON, I'm sorry.
Let's do one of y'all. Let's do which one you want to do? Mr. MOUTON or DUHON? Let's do Brandon. Brandon, we'll do you first, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can get by the screen. You can just back up right now.
Joseph Granger's is 60.
Okay. All right, Mr. DUHON. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. This is Mr. Pete Freeman. And Jerry Ledoux is joining us by Zoom today. And will you give me your name and your DOC number, please?
Brandon DUHON, 629-793.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass this over to your case is assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm going to pass it over to him. He's going to take it from here.
Okay, Mr. DUHON, did you do a parole questionnaire?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Parole revocation questionnaire.
Do you have it with you?
Yes, sir. I can't hold
That
it.
name on that paper?
No, sir. That's not mine.
Okay.
The one you just.
Okay, is that your name on that paper?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Okay. All right, Mr. DUHON, that says you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you wanted appointed counsel, you would have had to retain it on your own. You
Yes,
want
sir.
to stay without appointed counsel?
Yes, sir. I can't afford to have one. I tried to talk to my public offender, but they say they don't do these type of things.
Okay, well, let's go on and proceed then. I'm gonna read the conditions as it's alleged you violated. You to plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement, okay? We're gonna go through each one of them one at a time. All right. It is alleged you violated condition number 4. I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor I associate with people involved in criminal activity, avoid bars and casinos, and refrain from illegal drugs or alcohol. They stated you violated this condition and that by the subject, you were arrested on 8/7/25 by the CALCASIeu Sheriff's Office for the offense of tail lamp lights illuminate with white light, the rear registration plate, possession of a firearm or carrying concealed weapon by a person convicted of certain felonies, illegal possession of stolen firearm, illegal carrying of weapon, violent crime of CDS, unlawful to knowingly, intentionally possess Schedule 2 unless RX, sale, distribution, or possession of drug without prescription. It is unlawful and no intentional to have drug paraphernalia. So they're saying you had a bunch of drug charges and some stolen firearms. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Sir?
Guilty.
All right, Mr. And you're pleading guilty, so you know that your parole is going to be revoked because you had a gun. So,
yeah, I know. Yes, sir. I understand. I would just like to ask, sir. It won't mess me up? Like if I get revoked today, it won't mess me up getting into the reentry program in Angola with it?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay.
Well, it shouldn't if they gonna put you in there. I don't know if you were scheduled to go to the reentry program or not at Angola. It's pretty
Yeah.
good place.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ready to vote, Mr. Chairman, and
Ah.
since I had the case, Mr. Ledoux, you have any questions? Okay. Since you've admitted to violating condition number 4, it is my vote today that your parole be revoked and you serve the remainder of your sentence for violating condition number 4.
I concur with Mr. Freeman. Ms. Ledoux?
Based on the preponderance of evidence, I find that you have violated your parole. I vote to revoke.
Good luck to you, buddy.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that,
Good morning. How are you doing, Mr. Truitt? Is that correct?
Ma'am?
You pronounce your name Mr. Truitt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Carolyn Stapleton, and this is Pete Freeman, Jerry Ledoux joining us by Zoom. Okay. Now will you give your name and your DOC number, please?
Jonathan Bradley Truitt, DOC number 520-153.
Okay, Mr. Freeman is handling your case today. He's going to take it from here.
Okay, Mr. Truitt, do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir, I got it.
Okay, you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel. If you wanted an attorney, you would have to hire one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to proceed today without one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Pruitt, I'm gonna read your violations and you can plead guilty or not guilty. And you can make a statement on your own behalf, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. First off, it says, I will not engage in any criminal activity or associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. You avoid bars and casinos and refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. It is alleged you violated this condition that you were arrested by the Lake Charles Police Department on 11/30/25 for misdemeanor theft, given a citation with a court date. You were arrested on 12/9/25 for misdemeanor crimes of driving while intoxicated and possession of synthetic marijuana. You were arrested by the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office for the felony crime of simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling on 12/11/25. How do you plead to those violations?
I plead guilty to the first two, but the burglary that happened to it, I plead not guilty. That's my own house. That's my residence. I paroled them. My ID has the same address on there, everything. I never broken that address.
I see you said you had a disagreement with your father. How did the charges come about? What did they allege?
It was like a family feud. My mom, I was on PC, I was on high on PCP, and my mom just wanted me off the premises for the time. And I ended up going back to the house, and the police just took me to jail on a burglary. It's really like a family thing. It was like supposed to be like a criminal mischief, my lawyer said, but they ended up admitting the charge to a burglary charge. I never burglarized my own house. Like I said, my parole officer come see me there. David Dabbs can verify it. That's my parole address. My food stamps go here. My ID, my driver's license, everything go to that address.
Right. So what about the DWI? You pleading guilty to it?
No, sir. I was sober. I plead guilty to the mojo and I had the synthetic mojo on me and the theft charge. I plead guilty to that. That's the only thing I can say that I ever violated my rights to do. But I need help. I was trying to get to a drug rehab. I was trying to get some kind of help. I didn't want to try to hurt nobody or hurt myself. The only thing I probably was doing was hurt myself. Trying to give me some help though. That's it.
Okay.
I got drug problems, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see that. Well, let me ask you this. I mean, and that's one of your violations also, that they tried to get you to go to treatment. You didn't go. Why didn't you go to treatment when they tried to get you to go?
Well, I did go. I went in for 3 days to sanctuary and they kicked me out. So I didn't complete the treatment. Yeah,
but they kicked you out because you had drugs, right?
Yeah, we was getting high. I was getting high up there too. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, then they got you with number 6, that you need to be employed. Were you working?
No, sir, I couldn't find a job. I tried. I even did a resume on Indeed and everything, and I never had no phone calls back. And then before I come to jail, I lost my phone like 2 weeks before I come to jail, so I'm not sure if anybody did call me for a job.
Think you got let go from Popeyes for doing Mojo, huh?
No, ma'am, I quit. I quit Popeyes. Yes, ma'am. That was before my last incarceration.
So the bottom line is, most of all the stuff you're doing is because you're on drugs.
Yes, sir.
And it also said that you didn't pay your supervision fees, but you wasn't working, so we're not gonna go over that one.
Yes, sir.
All right. I have further questions. You've admitted to stuff. I'll have a recommendation when it's my turn. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
I don't have it. Ms. Ledoux?
So, Mr. Truitt, have you ever had any kind of substance abuse treatment?
Well, like I said, the one I went in for 3 days and I tried, and I was still getting high when I went there. So that's the only one I had. But like as of right now, I think I can handle it because I'm already sober in a sober state of mind. So they was to try to help me with sobriety. I mean, that's what I really love, help with sobriety. I don't want to be out there doing drugs. I'm hurting my mama. I'm hurting my family members. They look more for me to do better than what I'm doing, And like I say, I'm tired. I'm about to be almost 40 years old. I messed my face up and everything, doing drugs, failed, run from with altercation with the police and stuff like that. I don't want to keep doing that.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Ready to vote?
Ready to go, and this time, first, Mr. Freeman's gonna vote first, because, case is his.
Okay, you admitted to violating condition number 4 to the misdemeanor stuff. And you say you have a drug problem, and I'm looking at you, and I can't believe I'm gonna do this, because you're a 5th offender. So you've been through the system a few times, and you should have gotten help, but I'm gonna give you one last shot at help. In lieu of revocation, I'm order that you go to a 9-month inpatient treatment through DOC. Okay, when you complete that, they'll let you out. But a long-term treatment, it may be 6 months, it may be 9 months, but it could be 6 months. But that's gonna be my recommendation to the day. But I'm gonna tell you, that's it. If you get kicked out of that treatment, or if you don't complete it, you're done. If you get out, you'll just be released, and hopefully you'll finish your supervision up in September of next year. So that's my vote today.
Okay, so when do they do it? When do I start my treatment?
Wait. We'll tell you that, but let's let the other people vote. They may not agree with it.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Ms. Ledoux?
Yes, my vote is to, in lieu of revocation, send to a long-term substance abuse program in the custody of DOC.
And I'm gonna agree with my colleagues, and I wish you well.
Yeah, and they'll get you moved pretty quickly. They're gonna move you to a place that has the long-term substance abuse, and like I say, once you finish that, they'll let you out. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Lord is good.
Good morning, Mr. Granger.
You're on mute. Thank you, sir.
Okay, my name is Carolyn Stapleton, and this is Pete Freeman, and then Ms. Jerry Ledoux is joining us on Zoom. Mr. Pete Freeman has your case today, and he's going to ask you some questions.
Okay, Mr. Granger, state your name and DOC number.
Joseph A. Granger, Jr., 307-828.
Okay, Mr. Granger, did you sign a parole questionnaire? Do you have that form with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you realize you're not eligible for appointed counsel?
Right.
Okay, you want to proceed today without appointed counsel?
I thought my counsel was supposed to be here.
There's no one here. Did you pay for counsel?
No, sir.
Okay, but if you didn't pay for counsel, there's not gonna be any counsel there unless they determine that you're eligible.
Okay.
So you're not eligible according to the form. So the only way you can have counsel is if you hire them. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna read your violations, Mr. Granger, and you're to plead guilty or not guilty, and then we'll let you explain it, okay?
Okay.
I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate people who are known to be involved in criminal activity, avoid bars and casinos, and refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. It is stated that you violated these conditions in that on or between February 10th, 2023 and December 28th, 2023, you engaged in criminal activity with theft over $25,000. On November 1st, 2023 and September 3rd, 2024, you engaged in criminal activity, also charged with theft from $25,000 or more. On or between February 28, 24 and November 11th, 2024, you engaged in criminal activity resulting in you being charged with theft from $5,000 but less than $25,000 on September 24th. And November 19th, 2024, you also were charged with theft, $5,000 and between $5,000 and $25,000. And on March 18th, 2025 and March 25th, 2025, you engaged in criminal activity that resulted in you being charged with theft, $1,000 to $5,000. Tell me what was going on. It looks like a whole bunch of scamming going on. So tell me what's the deal?
We was had a lawnmower shop, and I fell sick, and then I had some people working there, and everything just went crazy.
Okay, so I mean, tell me about like, okay, what about the $171,000 you borrowed? Tell me what happened with that. What was that about? When you supposedly had a contract with Suso?
He got paid some money. He did get paid $13,500.
Okay, we had 6,000. Okay, and I mean, did you have a contract with that plant?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, why would the plant say you didn't have a contract?
Because it was another contractor I was under.
Oh, so you subcontracted from another contractor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about the house? You had a house and it was sold 2 different times.
Nobody sold any house. That was my nephew's wife that owned the house. Nobody sold the house. I was paying $1,000 a month. I never missed a note, and she put in the contract that nobody could live there. The lady was paying $725 a month. She was a friend of mine. and I was making up the difference. And I remodeled the house.
Was the house sold?
The owner sold the house. I went to court. I went to court on that.
All right, and then the other one where the motor, the lady brought her mower there, but her motor ended up in another mower. That was just an accident?
No, sir, I was at that time.
That's when you're in the hospital, huh?
Yes, sir. She brought, the way I understand it, I went and picked up the lawnmower in Moss Bluff. Okay, she brought it to us. Okay, the left pump was out in it.
Mm-hmm.
Then the motor, we had to take the motor off to get to the pump. But when the mechanic took the motor off to get to the pump, he seen that the oil seal underneath the bottom was leaking. That's gonna make the belt slip when you have an oil leak. So I stayed, I believe, 7 days in the hospital. When I got back out, she come there at 7 o'clock one morning. I just got out of the hospital. I still had the band on, and she asked me if she could pick her lawnmower up because she couldn't afford to get it fixed when the girl called her. So I said, "Yes, ma'am." I really didn't even know who she was because when I picked up the lawnmower, she wasn't home, and she said, "Go ahead and get it. It's underneath the carport." So I picked up the mower. I brought it back to the shop, and the girl secretary called her and told her how much it was going to be. And she said, first she said, "Go ahead." Then she called back and said, "I can't afford to fix it." So she couldn't afford to fix it. So she said, me and my brother, she told the girl we would pick it up. Well, when she come to pick it up, it was still up on the lift. And I pulled her paperwork, and I set the mower down, and there was an engine sitting there. Well, I thought that was her motor. Nobody was at the shop, so I didn't know what was going on. So I loaded her mower up. I gave her that motor. When the girl got there at 8 o'clock that morning, I asked her, I said, I think it was Miss Parker, was her name? Okay. I asked Chanel, I said, "Is this Miss Parker? Was that Miss Parker's motor?" She told me, "No, that's not Miss Parker." Well, the cops already come, the sheriff department already come. So at that time, she said, "No, her motor is in the weed eater room locked up. I put it there. I didn't want nobody to fool with it. Her name was on top of the motor, and her serial number was on top of the motor." So I said, "Well, you need to call them back, and we will switch out motors." So, and I said, "You need to call the sheriff department." She called the sheriff department, and the sheriff department come out, and we switched motors. And I said, "Okay, is there anything I need to do?" And the sheriff department said, "No, sir, it's all done." So that's.
All right, well, that's not quite the story that she tells. It says that a mower was sent there to have blades and 2 tires replaced. So I don't know why the engine was off at all, but anyway.
The pump was out.
Do my colleagues have any questions?
I don't.
Sir, these charges, you have a court date coming up May 11th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have an attorney for that court date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would note for the record that you've been sanctioned or arrested 21 and 2021 and 2022, but the charges were refused and you were continued on supervision. So it hasn't been a seamless parole. But that's all I have.
Okay, is the panel's ready to vote? Mr. Freeman will vote first.
Okay, Mr. Green, there's just too much smoke here. That's definitely fire. You, like I say, I think you just involved yourself in a lot of scams, get rich quick. So, my vote today is vote.
My vote today also is to revoke
Violating condition number 4.
violation of condition number 4.
I vote to revoke based on criminal activity during this period of supervision.
Okay, today, sir, your parole has been revoked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can stand.
Good morning, Mr. Wiltz.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Stapleton.
Nice.
This is Mr. Freeman, Mr. Pete Freeman, and Jerry LeDoux. We're members of the parole board today, and I'm going to get you to give me your name and DOC number, please.
Eddie Wills. You ready?
DOC. Yes, sir. Your DOC.
540699.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire, sir, that you filled out?
I can't hear you.
Oh, do you have a questionnaire that you filled out, a parole revocation questionnaire? Do you have that? It says you refuse to sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what is it today? Do you want to have a hearing or not?
No, ma'am. I would like to request for continuance.
Okay.
How long you been in jail?
10 months.
You been to court lately? When
No,
you go back?
sir. No, sir. Only been to arraignment and one of the charges has been dismissed.
Okay.
Which one? Which one was dismissed?
The methamphetamine.
Hmm.
So my lawyer was like, if you can't tell him you want continuance to try to fight the charges to prove him guilty.
Let's take a break. I move we go to executive session.
I second.
Pete Freeman,
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Yes.
Jerry LeDoux.
Yes.
We're gonna discuss the matters and we'll come back to you in just a second.
Yes, sir. I'll wait.
All right, I'll make a motion that we go back into regular session.
A second. Okay, Mr. Wiltz, I'm gonna read your violations and you have the right to guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your rule violation for rule number 4 is it is alleged you engaged in criminal activity on or about 7/9/2025 when you committed the crimes of possession with intent to distribute Schedule 1, possession with intent to distribute Schedule 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of legend drug, 3 counts and 2 counts of a battery on a police officer. You were arrested on these charges 7/10/2025 by St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Office and the Office of Louisiana Probation and Parole. A trial is scheduled, was scheduled on February the 23rd, 2026 in the 16th JDC, St. Martin, relative to docket number SMR number 25-262671 and SMR number 25-262670. The trial was continued until 4/20/26. So what do you plead for these charges against you?
Not guilty. I never got caught with nail drug they saying right here, ma'am.
Not guilty? Okay. And then
Yes, not guilty.
okay. You failed to rule violation number 6, you failed to provide approved employment to your parole officer. Guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement.
Not guilty. I never failed to do none of that.
You are employed?
Yeah, I was cutting grass, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and you failed to make any, number 10, you failed to make any payments toward your supervision fees, resulting in an arrears balance of $693.
She never brung me. The first time she came visit the house, she said she had forgot the envelopes, ma'am. She only visited the house one time. I only stayed out 100-some days.
So you're saying that because she didn't bring an envelope, you weren't able to
Because you need the envelopes to make the payments. You can't send it off without the envelopes.
Gotcha. Okay. So, but you had the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's not guilty with a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I got from a police report, okay? When you were arrested, and it says on the police report, let's see, Specialist Luke Bernard with Officer Cooley Ramos assisted in transporting offender Eddie WILTZ from his residence in Breaux Bridge to St. Martin Jail. He was sentenced on February 13th, 2023. Then it goes on with the different drugs that you had. But here's Eddie WILTZ was arrested for parole violations at his residence and was handcuffed by Specialist Seth Como before being placed in my caged unit 1760 for transportation to St. Martin Parish Jail. While in the back seat, WILTZ lay down and began kicking the driver's side window. I opened the door and instructed him to sit up and stop kicking. WILTZ claimed that he needed to use the restroom and wanted to take him outside. I told him that he'd have the opportunity to use the restroom when he got to jail. He still instructed him to sit up so I could secure the seatbelt. You refused, so I moved the leg down and you sat on my hand while he was trying to buckle the seatbelt. After you closed the door, you resumed kicking the window. Again, you resumed kicking the window until we stopped moving. Then there was no further incidents. Then later on, WILTZ then proceeded to insult me and call me, it was cuss words, and claiming that, I was a liar, and you spit on him with saliva hitting the left side of my face and left arm. I stood up and left the room to notify the deputies of his behavior. Officer Ramos confirmed that he witnessed the incident. The deputies provided me with Lysol wipes and paper towels so that I could clean myself while in the booking cell. Wiltz continued to yell that I was lying and that then deputies escorted him to the restroom. What about the spitting incident?
No, man, I never spit on nobody, man. How I'ma spit on him and I'm in a cage? He's way in the front. Yeah, I never spit on nobody, man. He did that for ugly ways, man. If you can get the footage of the cameras over here, you can check it out, man. I never spit on nobody. He told the other cops he was struck. Like, so when my lawyer came, he was like, "What is the battery on the officer?" He said he was struck. I said, "I never hit him." He's saying like you hit him. How I'ma hit him if I'm in a cage with cuffs? I never spit on nobody.
Were you kicking the windows?
No, ma'am. You can get. I mean, no, sir. No, sir. My lawyer was like, that charge there is going to get dismissed.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
I wouldn't characterize it as a question. I can tell you that as a fifth felony offender, Mr. Wiltz was very uncooperative during this period of arrest and investigation. And according to his PNP officer, he's not fit for supervision. And parole is a gift, and I don't think he handled it correctly.
Ma'am, that's their statement. I know if y'all could get the footage of it, you would be like, well, all right, I could believe him. I'm just saying, yes, ma'am. Well,
Okay, so you're going to court. During the search, they found 5 pounds of high-grade marijuana in 6 large vacuum-sealed bags, doses of hydrocodone, Schedule 2.
none of that. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
And all of these things were found in your residence. Okay.
I wasn't the only one in.
Who did you live with?
A couple of people that was in the house.
So
None of that was found on me. None of that. No, I ain't had no drugs on me.
Okay. Your parole condition doesn't say you have to have drugs on you. Can't be around illegal drugs. You can't be around people who are selling drugs.
I didn't have no knowledge. I'm just saying, I would like, for my lawyer, he didn't really want to do he didn't want me to say nothing till he was present in here with me. But I'm like, I'm gonna go and do the hearing with y'all. I know one thing, he said all the charges gonna get dismissed. And I'm just saying, can I request for continuance to this matter get handled?
Oh.
We do not have to have criminal charges to find you not in compliance with your supervision.
Okay. Okay. At this time, is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna let Mr. Pete Freeman vote first.
Really didn't want to. But, yeah, I'm looking at all the arrest reports and all that. I find him in violation of condition 4 and number 6. And vote for his parole be revoked.
And Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke non-compliant with conditions of supervision, lack of cooperation with parole agent, and preponderance of evidence that there's criminal behavior.
And I concur with my colleagues, Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Freeman, and at this time, sir, your parole has been revoked.
So, hello? Hey.
See, don't do
You gonna see him?
All right.
They,
Okay. Mr. Kohler?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Carolyn Stapleton on the panel today. And this is Mr. Pete Freeman, and then Jerry Ledoux is joining us on Zoom, okay?
Yes, ma'am. How y'all doing?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to give me your name and your DOC number, please.
Brandon Keith Kohler. 536 820.
Okay, very good. Okay, and do you remember getting a questionnaire and did you sign it?
A question when I first got incarcerated?
It asks you some different questions. Do you want to speak on your behalf?
Did you sign that
Oh,
form?
yeah, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, well, we're gonna move along then, and I'm gonna read your rule violations, and you're gonna plead guilty or not guilty with a statement, okay? You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Rule violation number 4. You engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on 8/19/25. Says for the charges of sale, distribution, possession of legend drug without prescription or order prohibited. And simple battery of the infirmed and resisting an officer by Thibodeau PD. On 2/20/26, you pled to no contest to the amended charges of disturbing the peace and criminal mischief on docket number 640036 and was sentenced to 6 months of parish jail with credit for time served to run concurrent with each other. The charge of possession and distribution, sale of legend drugs without prescription, Carbadell was dismissed. How do you plead to that, sir?
I plead not guilty. So, I mean, I plead no contest because I told him I was not guilty, but I plead not guilty for that. But all the charges, of course.
Okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I said the statement.
So what is your statement about that?
Well, first of all, when I was arrested on simple battery of infirm, that's why I was living at the same parole address. And when I was just trying to use the phone that I paid for, or a phone bill I helped pay for. So long story short, with that incident, I didn't even know I committed a crime when I did try to take the guy's phone, the person I was living with, but I missed it off his hip. And I was kind of mad because he didn't let me use it. So when the police came to arrest me, I didn't even know what they were trying to arrest me for. They wanted to put me in handcuffs. I did resist because I didn't know what the charges what they was coming to arrest me for. So I got to resisting. For the drugs, that was some blood pressure pills. Because I had this information, I had this food stamp card, his health card. He's like a 70-year-old guy. And I was about to put it in his pill quarter, and I was calling for his balances on all these cards. So I got caught with all that. So that's how that happened. That's why I didn't plead out to the charges itself, but that's why I'm here though, with that.
Okay, so you did resist the officer, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I resisted.
All right, so that would be a guilty, right?
Yeah, you see.
Okay. And then, but you're saying that the drugs, you had those in your possession?
Yeah, that's also the guy's blood pressure pills.
Right. Okay. Disturbing the peace and criminal mischief. All right. And then I've got battery on the infirmed. Where does that come from?
Yeah, that's when I told you, I mean, I didn't know what the first charge was coming from. I wanted to use the phone. So I guess when I reached for the phone, I guess as the police got his statement, I guess they act like put it like I hit him or something. But I'm pretty sure if he had the police report, it's something about a cell phone. But I just went along because they didn't give me a chance to say the statement, but it was over a cell phone. I didn't even hit nobody that day, but I got the charge. I mean,
okay.
Not even attempt to hit nobody. Intentionally. mistake.
Okay. Well, I need to tell you also that according to the questionnaire, you do not qualify for appointed counsel. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because it said you wanted to speak on your own behalf. So just want to make sure that you do understand that. All right, so let's go to the next one. On 8/13/25, Agent Brandon Landry arrived at your residence located at 1313 St. Charles Street, Thibodeau, for an inter-office investigation, and he made contact with you. However, you refused to identify yourself. Agent Landry was able to identify you, having dealt with you in the past while working for the local sheriff's office. At the same time, the old man that let Agent Landry into the house was standing at the door behind him, telling him that his individual is in fact Brandon Kohler. Agent Landry conducted a visual scan of the area and observed that you had 2 large kitchen knives inside the pocket of your shorts. Agent Landry knew that they were large kitchen knives due to them being approximately 3 to 4 inches of the blade sticking out of the top of your pockets. So what do you have to say about that?
I talked to Agent Brandon about that. First of all, I just want to say why he had to put the kitchen knives into the report. He came to my house. I didn't even know he's my parole officer. Let's get into they told me I was going to switch parole officers in the office, not in the field, right? So when he came, I was going through some child support stuff with 2 of my baby mamas. So he said I didn't say a name or didn't give him a name. And I told him I couldn't recall that date because that happened before the charges. That came up after. So long story short, we got to that point and I asked him why he had to put the kitchen knife in there. And he told me he felt like he didn't want, like he just assumed that I was going to threaten him. But I lived in a 1-bed apartment and the kitchen right where I sleep at. And I probably was cooking, cleaning, or doing something. So I did feel some type of way about putting the knives. And I ain't even show no kind of
knives in your pocket.
I probably was cooking, serve, cleaning, washing dishes. I have no doorbell ring or camera. I have no peephole. So when he did come, because we did confirm each other. I just can't remember the statement, the conversation. He was my parole officer. He said he was coming to switch me. When he came back, he said he was coming to switch my parole officer. But I don't know why he put that in there, but I promise it wasn't for him for no kind of threatening reasons. Or I don't know why he put that in my report. So all I can say about that. I can't make this up. I can't.
Well, you were charged with simple battery of the infirm, resisting an officer, and sale and distribution or possession of alleged drug without prescription or order prohibited. So you had charges on your arrest warrant.
Oh, you're talking about that was before he came see me. That was
okay. So what about that though?
The charges?
Uh-huh.
I thought that was the first question you asked me when I told you the phone situation and all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just ain't knew what the first charge was going to be, so I resisted. I tried to ask him like what I was going to jail for, and
so that's what you resisted.
Yeah, because I was like, what's going on? He came in my house, and like I said, if I don't got the police report in front of me, I just got the warrant and the program I took. But I just was trying to get some stabs in me, like why y'all come and talk to me about something. If they'd have told me that the guy said he tried to take his phone, I would have admitted to that. I mean, then I probably still would have came to jail, whatever. But I didn't. I Googled simple battery. That's touching somebody without their consent. I didn't push him. I didn't kick him. I just tried to grab his phone off his hip because I helped him pay the phone bill. I was aggravated, but I didn't commit no simple battery. It led to the resisting officer, the legend drugs, which is not narcotic. It was his blood pressure pills. I was colored. He's infirm. He can't read or write. I was helping him. I was going to put that in his pill thing. It's not even no narcotics, man. It's just some blood pressure pills. I had like a couple 15. I would help him put in this thing. I had them in my pocket. That's all I can say about the drug part. But the simple battery, I didn't commit a simple battery.
Okay. All right. Mr. Freeman, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions?
Do not. I will note that he had some previous sanctions for absconding and positive drug screens. So he does have that during this period of supervision.
Okay, well, are y'all ready to vote? Okay. All right. My vote today is that I am gonna, revoke your parole based upon, rule violation number 4 and number 7. Okay. Mr. Freeman?
I concur, the knife part kind of gets to me, but yeah, I concur, violating condition number 4 and number 7.
All right, Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke for non-compliance with conditions of supervision.
Okay. Sir, today your parole has been revoked and the time is 11:30 Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. Well, it's almost afternoon. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. Can you hear me?
Unmute.
Yes, my name is Ricky Carter.
Oh, you're Ricky Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we looking for Marcus Reed or Ricky Carter? Okay, all right.
Wait,
Switch
Ricky
over.
Carter.
Let's see, wait just a minute. Okay. Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're ready to begin. Okay, my name is Carolyn Stapleton, and this is Mr. Pete Freeman, and then by Zoom is Ms. Jerry Ledoux. We're your panel today. Will you give me your name and your DOC number, please?
My name is Ricky Darren Carter. My DOC number is 325036.
Okay. Do you have your questionnaire? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where they asked if you could read and write and different things?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, let's see. According to your questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
You sit there, sign. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Miss Jerry Ledoux. She is going to conduct your interview today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carter, you're alleged to have violated conditions of your parole, and I'm going to read condition number 4 of paroles. Indicates that you engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest for felony theft with a warrant, which occurred between July and November 2024. You were not arrested until July 2nd, 2025. So you actually have a charge that's been accepted by the district attorney, count 1, theft between those dates, in the amount of $2,802, and it was the property of Roadrunner Recycling. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty, ma'am.
I do see that you have the charges are pending, and you have a status hearing on 4/30/2026. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you an attorney for that case?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you think are your odds of getting out of those charges?
Well, I had got with my attorney and the DA and my parole officer. They had come up with a plea for me that was supposed to be submitted to the board, but I haven't heard anything back from it till, I'm finna come in front of the board now, and I go to court Thursday, so I still hadn't heard nothing about, whether the parole officer submitted to the board or not. But they did come up with a plea for me.
I am trying to determine. I don't see anything in my record about a plea. What was your understanding of that plea?
They was gonna dismiss my charges, and they was gonna give me a restitution to pay.
Well, that actually brings us up to the second part of your conditions of parole that have not been met, and that's that you were already in arrears of your supervision fee by $524. How do you plead to that?
I plead not guilty to that too, ma'am.
So you have proof that you paid your fees in a timely manner and that on 7/7/25, you didn't have any outstanding arrearages?
Oh, no, ma'am. Well, I did have ridges, but I was trying to make preparation to try to pay on them, but I never was able to contact my parole officer. And when I did get in touch with him, that's when I came to jail.
Well, what do you mean by weren't in touch with your parole officer? You've been paroled since January 1st, 2024.
Yes, ma'am. It's like only time. Sometime when I go for my monthly check-in, sometimes he's there, sometimes he wasn't. And then you never could contact him on telephone till I had to sometimes had to go up to the parole probation office and had to speak with somebody. And they would just advise me just to keep, whether I had anything or not, just keep reporting, Mr. Carter. That's what I was doing. And finally, when I did catch him at one of the reports, I let him know that when I come back the next following month, I was going to start paying in. I had finally got a job, but I was going to start, bringing in extra to try to get those rears up because I had got to receive a letter in the mail about that. And I was like, I'm going to start paying a little extra on it. And he was like, okay. But when I came in July to start, I had the money order, but they had arrested me. So I didn't get a chance to pay it. I paid my monthly dues, but the $300 money order I had to start on that there rear payment, they didn't receive it because I got arrested that day.
Okay, let's see. It looks like we recalled a warrant 1/14/2025 and continued you on supervision. What was the nature of that on that reprimand? What happened on that reprimand?
For the warrant being recalled?
Mm-hmm.
Because I had talked with the Mr. Streeter, and he said that he was advised that I wasn't living at that address, and I wasn't being notified at that address that I had on paper on file. And when he came there that morning looking for me, I answered the door, and he was like, "You live here?" I said, "Yes, this is my house. This is where I live at." And so he was like, "Well, I got the impression that you didn't live here and you wasn't nowhere to be found at this address." I said, "Well, this is where I live." And my mom was there. She proved that I stayed there. So that's why I think he recalled the warrant because he proved that, I proved that I do live there.
And what was that address that you were supposed to be living at?
9315 Little D Road.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Carter, what was tell me about the money that went missing from the recycling place. What happened?
What they as far as I know, they were saying that I made some false tickets and was getting paid for some false tickets that like me and my lawyer talked about. I said, "Man, I never made no false tickets." I said, "Because for one thing, I'm not even in their system. I never even purchased anything at their business to even be in their system to, to be able to make a ticket out in my name because I'm not in their system in any kind of way." So that's why I told him, I said, "Man, I was going to plead not guilty today because I know I didn't make a ticket."
Staff provided a copy of 12 purchase tickets at the time. Video footage was also observed of Ricky creating the false tickets before receiving the payments. The manager spoke with Ricky, who admitted to creating the false tickets before being terminated.
Did nobody question me about no false tickets or nothing, ma'am.
Okay. Do my colleagues have any questions or?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Carter, by the preponderance of this evidence, it looks like you have, there was some criminal conduct. you have that hearing coming up. You know, it's going to take a while, maybe to hear that, but your full term date, you owe us a year for being on that warrant. So today I'm ready to vote, and my vote is to revoke you. I mean, if they have video evidence, and by your admission, I find that you have violated conditions of your parole.
And looking at the file, I find you in violation of condition number 4 also, and you pled guilty to violating condition number 10. You know, they got you on tape making those tickets. So my vote today is to revoke.
My vote today also is to revoke. So, sir, your parole has been revoked. Violation of condition number 4 and number 10, and the time is 12:07.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Reed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Carolyn Stapleton. The time is 12:18. We're gonna begin with your, parole hearing now. Will you give me your name, please, and your DOC number?
Marcus Reed, 535388.
Okay, Mr. Reed, did you fill out a questionnaire for this? Do you remember? As if you could read or write or anything like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, they're gonna put it up on the screen. And you just let me know that it's yours, okay? All right. See it?
No, ma'am, I can't see it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, based upon, you didn't ask for counsel. It says, do you understand the parole violations? You said yes. Do you want to speak on your own behalf? You said yes, and that you can read and write. Based upon that, you do not qualify. You're not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Today, Ms. Ledoux is going to, she has your case. And like I said, my name is Carolyn Stapleton. This is Mr. Pete Freeman and Ms. Ledoux, and we're on the board today. Ms. Ledoux?
Yes. So Mr. Reed, you are alleged to have violated your conditions of parole. There are 4 sections to number 4. So your parole condition states that you will not engage in criminal activity, nor will you associate with people who are involved, and you will avoid bars, casinos, and illegal use of drugs and alcohol. You were arrested 7/17/2025 for possession of firearm by a convicted felon, possession of marijuana, possession of CDS2, and possession of a firearm while possessing a CDS. How do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Okay. In fact, it looks like you did plead guilty to, or you were found guilty of the marijuana charge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was going back and forth to court, and they didn't have. I tried to get them to subpoena the body cam footage. They dismissed all the charges except for possession of marijuana. I don't know why, because they didn't want to go through the process of finding the footage because they said they didn't have it, because that could have proved my innocence. But I had to take some, because if not, I could have sued for false imprisonment. So I had to take something.
Okay. So number 5, allegation 5, you are in possession of a firearm as evidenced by your arrest. So when the agents went in there, they saw firearm in your presence. How do you plead to that?
Not guilty.
Okay. And number 10, you were $542 in arrears of your supervision. Well, at that time it was $164, but it kept going. So Mr. Reed, the synopsis that I read indicates that you were being expelled from an apartment, and when the agents went in, they found a gun in the room where you were, and you said that you placed it on the shelf. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The conditions of your parole clearly indicate that you are to not have within your possession a gun. That means that you can't have one in the same room as you because you have access to a firearm. Did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am, but they didn't explain to you the conditions that it was. Upon packing my stuff to leave the residence, the gun was on the top of the closet amongst the clothes. And once it fell out, my handprints were on the gun. I had 2 hours to leave the residence or do anything I wanted to do with the gun. I knew that the police was on the way. I only had 15 more months left on parole after serving a 17-year prison sentence. So in that case, doing the right thing turned into doing the wrong thing. I placed the gun in plain sight of an officer so that they wouldn't try to say that I was in possession of a gun or trying to pull a gun on them or anything. They didn't tell y'all that part.
Oh, no, sir, I've read the entire report.
Yes, ma'am.
Clearly, all of your statements, all of the statements by the police. So I've thoroughly reviewed it, and on several times within the report, you were very aware that there was a gun and you had access to a gun. Okay, and that is a violation of parole. And that gun was actually seized and forfeited to law enforcement. Do my colleagues have any other questions or would like to probe this anymore?
Why did you refuse to leave the residence? Why did they have to call the law?
I didn't refuse to leave the residence. I had lost my job, and I was staying with a friend for a couple of days until I could move to Monroe with my family member. But amongst me leaving, my family had told me to pack all my belongings, and they would come and get me at 6 o'clock that day. But I could not move back to Monroe and change my PO back to Freeman and Monroe, and without notifying my previous PO. So when I was packing my belongings, waiting on my family to come get me, it was a gun in the top of the closet. Now, by me packing my clothes and putting my fingerprints on the gun, I did what I thought was doing the right thing. So y'all are saying I should have just left the gun even though I touched it, not there. I did wrong by staying there with the gun, so I was wrong for doing that.
But you got a couple different statements. First off, they walked in and said the gun was sitting next to you on the couch by your leg. You said that you put the gun on a shelf, so that's one thing right there. Where was the gun?
The gun was on the shelf. That's why all of my charges got dismissed except for possession of marijuana less than 15 grams. And they didn't even have that to prove. They couldn't even prove that against me. If they would have subpoenaed the body cam footage like they were supposed to, I would have not even been found guilty of that because they know that the firearm nor the drugs were mine.
Okay. And what offender class are you?
I'm a first-time offender of a crime of violence. I served 17 years in prison. I only had 15 months left before I was to be taken off parole.
Okay.
I think that it's clearly evident that there was a gun in the residence and you're a convicted felon. And that is a significant violation of parole conditions. You know, you asked what you should have done. I tell you what, I think as soon as I knew there was a gun somewhere around me, if I had been in prison for 17 years, I would have gone out and found a place to sit down the street on the sidewalk before I was in a house that had a gun in it. Because I knew that is absolutely a violation of your parole.
Yes, ma'am, but I had touched the firearm, so my fingerprints would be on it. I wanted my name to be clear and out of the way because I didn't have but 15 months left on parole. So I did what I thought was the right thing to do. I could have taken the firearm and left. I could have ran away. I could have did a lot of things that were wrong, but I did what I thought was the right thing and placed it away from me, not saying when the police walked through the door, "Oh, you have a gun," and to place myself in a dangerous situation.
I have no further questions.
I don't have any either.
I don't either. The panel's ready to vote.
My vote is to revoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but the rules are clear. The rules are clear. You just cannot be around a gun. Okay, and so my vote's to revoke.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry too, Mr. Reed, but I concur. The gun was sitting, according to them, it was sitting next to you on the couch. So my vote is to revoke violated condition number 4 and number 5.
Okay. Mr. Reed, I concur with my colleague because what I read also was the gun was sitting next to you. And then I know also that you said that you put it up on the shelf. So today, sir, your parole has been revoked and the time is 12:28.
Yes, ma'am. So I have to serve the remainder of my 6 months? I had,
Oh, hold on.
That's
They can't see us. That's your lawyer right there.
This the court appointment that they had. I had got a paid lawyer.
There you go. See, when I looked on there and I saw the attorney, but I didn't see you on there. So then I knew the video wasn't. You can hear me? What's that attorney name?
E-Ray Keith.
Okay, yeah. They look like the same guy that the attorney that come here for SPD guys.
Mr. Harvey, can you hear me?
Now he can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Couldn't figure out how to get the thing unmuted, man. I came on here with you. They're going to read out some, those allegations again. You're just going to have to say yes, no, or yes with a statement and tell it like it is.
I thought I had, I'm trying to see what.
It went mute again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harvey. Let's see, it's 12:42, and on the panel today is myself, Carolyn Stapleton, Mr. Pete Freeman, and Ms. Jerry Ledoux. Would you please introduce yourself with your DOC number?
Hi, my name is JONNATHAN Harvey. My DLC number is 131099.
Did you say 731? What did you say?
131099.
No, that's not what I have. So
Yes, 731779.
yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Were you given a questionnaire to sign?
Ma'am?
Were you given a questionnaire to sign as
Yes.
to what that you wanted to
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
do? Okay, so you've got appointed counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. All right, and your appointed counsel is Mr. Keithley, is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Today, your case has been assigned to Miss Jerry Ledoux, and she's going to continue with the questioning.
Excuse me, I have one question.
What is it?
I had paid for a paid attorney. I don't know if he isn't in or not.
I think he's here.
Okay,
so Mr. Keithley.
You want to introduce yourself for the record, Mr. Keithley?
Mr. Keithley?
Yes, Ray Keithley, 1000 Benton Road, Bossier City, Louisiana, 71111. And I was appointed counsel for Mr. Harvey. He did indicate to me that he was going to get private counsel, but I was never contacted by anybody.
Okay, so according to our report, he was not eligible for appointed counsel, but the court did appoint him.
Yes, Judge
says he wants to hire his own. What's the problem with hiring your own, Mr. Harvey? Why you hadn't hired somebody yet?
Oh, I did. He said he was gonna be here this morning. I don't understand. I don't know if he can come or not.
What was his name?
Alex Washington III.
I make a motion, we continue this hearing and give him the next date within 30 days and have his attorney present.
I second.
Yeah, I'll concur.
Okay, now look at the next hearing. If you don't have your counsel here, we're gonna proceed, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry we inconvenienced today, Mr. Keithley.
Not at all, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I told you what. I don't forget the food, man.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm on the, your panel today with Mr. Pete Freeman and Ms. Gerald Douche. Will be joining us by Zoom. Will you please introduce yourself with your DOC number?
ROSHUN Robinson, 579577.
Okay, do you have a questionnaire that you filled out that asked if you wanted appointed counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it says that you have chosen to speak on your own behalf, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Today, Ms. Ledoux will be handling your case, and I'm going to turn it over to her.
Mr. Robinson, I'm going to read out an allegation about your accused violation of a condition of parole. It states that you were arrested by committing the offense of domestic abuse battery on 6/25/25. You were billed with domestic abuse battery first offense by grabbing. These charges were pled down to simple battery. And you pled guilty to simple battery, and you were sentenced to 12/2026, 6 months credit for time served. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, I understand that I read the report about what happened and everything. It sounds kind of like both of you lost it. I want to back up a little bit. During this period of supervision, you've been on since 2021. You had been sent to substance abuse. Did you ever complete a substance abuse treatment program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where did you complete it? Where did you complete it?
In Magnolia on Line Avenue.
So you did complete that program?
You're right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because that program needed to happen because you had been non-compliant with illegal drugs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you now?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Put that to the side.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were working for the city of Shreveport? Was that?
Yes, ma'am. City of Shreveport Police Service.
Okay. I see that your wife is with you. I'd like to give her an opportunity to speak. Looks like maybe you're frozen. Does anybody else notice that? Or is it just on my end?
No, he's good here.
Good here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like for his wife to be able to make a statement.
Ms. Robinson, would you like to speak, please, at this time?
As was said, it was only a misunderstanding. My husband has no business being in jail, especially not for a whole year. I would like for him to come home so we can continue on living our life in peace this time. I have no problems with my husband at all. I have wrote plenty of statements. I have came up there. I have talked to the PO officer. I have visited several times. It was only a misunderstanding, and honestly, we still don't know who called the police because I never did.
Would you be willing to do some counseling?
I will.
Okay. All right. Mr. Robinson, would you be willing to do some counseling on the outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm concerned about domestic abuse battery is always a very strong concern for this board. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you've addressed your substance abuse need. Do my colleagues have any other questions?
No, ma'am, I agree with you that they would both benefit, your whole family would benefit if you do attend a domestic abuse battery program. And just learn some things that you can, like she says she wants to live a life in peace. So I think you'd both benefit, but certainly, you know, you're under our probation and parole.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
wife, she would be doing it, you know, because she wants to. So I hope she does.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I concur. That is your recommendation, do not revoke and add a special condition that you obtain counseling with your wife if she wants to attend for domestic violence.
Yes.
Okay,
That would be my recommendation. That's how I'm voting today. Do not revoke, special condition, domestic abuse, battery, counseling for Mr. Robinson.
I concur.
I do too.
Okay, your parole has not been revoked, so good luck.
Thank you.
Close out for today, and the time is 1:14.